All right. All right. Good evening. Hey there, Jeremy. Guessing Roy's second EX weapon party buff will be plus 50% crit multiplier, 45% skill damage. Huh. Okay. I didn't know she was getting a second EX weapon. Pretty cool. I forget. I forget if I have her. I think I do. I just haven't built her yet. It's confirmed she'll be getting a second EX weapon. Not sure what it will be. Interesting that they're giving her a second EX weapon. Like, I mean, is it just because she's popular, or... I mean, unless they're going to continue her story, in which case she'll be getting a new weapon in the story. It is Christmas time. I have to remember she's Christmas-themed hero, so it makes 100% sense. Yeah. I mean, it would sort of be weird for her just to get another weapon just because it's Christmas time. So I sort of wonder if they're not gonna do another short story or something where, like, we focus on her reincarnation, and then the reincarnation's gonna have a different weapon. I have to remember she sucks beside Arena. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I do see her in Arena, and she kicks butt in Arena, at least against my team, because she always goes for Mark 99 and kills her, and it makes me very sad. So I never fight a team with Rue. But yeah, I never tried using her anywhere else. No, I wouldn't know about that. I have yet to do the new short story they added like a week or two ago. I'll probably stream that at some point. I still have Lobotomy Corporation to do though normally. You're prepared? 2.8k gems? Yeah, I feel that. I think I have about 7,000. So there's... I didn't have anybody to pool on since this time was just reruns. I was just like, keep my gems. Well, actually, I spent a bunch on like costumes and stuff to get collection bonuses. Trying to boost all my stats. Really sad. Oh, how come? $300 got Ray's EX weapon and her banner just passed by. Ooh. Ah. That's gonna leave a mark. Yeah, I think I'm the opposite. Well, I mean, yeah. I got Ray from a random, well, from somebody that I did not pool. Or wait. I said that wrong. Yeah, I got Ray from somebody else's banner, but I don't have her weapon. Quick, fusion! Put us together. And then we'll have a complete Ray. Yeah. Okay. I think everything is... working here. The worst part is not like you don't need Ray. You need her now that you have her EX weapons, since you have Lifeguard, Yuze, Beth, and Lilith all built. Isn't Beth? Completely blanking on Beth. Beth. Yes, I forgot she existed there for a moment. I'm ashamed of myself. Okay. I forget what Ray does. I forget what all of them, what all of their special abilities or team abilities are. I had a new phone. Whenever you play Expeditions, now lag doesn't exist, not even for a second. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. I know that feeling when you upgrade your technology and everything goes smoothly. Ah, glorious. Because of that, now you get max scores. I tried again. Tried with some expedition, or I tried an expedition again, and I don't know if I'm not like doing the score things right. Like I know there's ladybugs and whatnot. Got to kill the ladybug before it explodes. Got to get into the score zone. I guess you need to switch teams. But I don't know. I'm just not very good at that mode. Or maybe I'm using the wrong people. I don't know. I mean, I'm using Claude. Water. Well, I should try and mix up my teams, maybe. I have Yuze as well, or Lifeguard Yuze. He's got good AoE. Though damage isn't that amazing. Maybe it's the other people I have them with. You just now realized why people say Ray is good at PvE, because she restores 10% health when she does something. When she has her EX whip. Oh. Yeah, restoring health is pretty nice. Honestly, I don't really like how Ray plays. I think, wasn't her weapon a charge attack of some type? I mean, I know she uses a sword, but I think it's like a charge weapon, or maybe it's just really slow. I forget. It feels clunky, something along those lines. I mean, I tried the weapon out on the gacha screen. I love that you can try things out. That's so nice. Other games need more of that. These users are Claude, Kamiel, Tinia, and Ova. How do you use a Beth, Lilith, and Hana? I don't think I have Tinia. And I don't have Hana. I have Hana's weapon. I do need Hana herself. Ray's EX weapon is pretty good AoE. Notice the weapon skill. Yeah, I don't have her weapon, so I'm not sure what it is. I mean, it's a katana, but I don't know what the weapon skill is. Don't recommend Hana. She's just a hero you use until you get Ray. Ah, okay. I mean, I like the scythe. Yeah, if I remember correctly, that when I used her before, she didn't have a very big AoE. Is she more a single target? I don't know. It's been a while since I used her. I think that was from the short story with her. Or maybe I just tried her out, I don't know. I think you could use her in the short story. Hit is use weapon skill on kill cards on leads. Field on kill for other party members. Use a dark magic ring on a lead. Oh, okay. Field on kill for other party members. Dark magic ring on a lead. Huh. I see. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever gonna do well on Expedition. It's like for pros. I am just a knowledgeable noob. I know a little more than most people that have been playing casually, but I'm not a pro. So much nitty gritty stuff to do well in Expedition. Dark magic ring makes it so whenever you kill an enemy, your weapon skill comes back, or weapon skill comes back faster. I see. Yeah, I wasn't sure what that did off the top of my head, but I see. Wondering whenever the ladybug spawns, you just go for a main target. Works out for you. Yeah. Yeah, the ladybug is a bit of a pain sometimes because I don't always realize that it pops up, and then I gotta kill it real quick. In the first area, yeah. I'm still stuck in the first area. The first level. Oof. Pain. In the second area, there's bosses there. They get melted easily though. Hmm. Well, you melt them easily. I don't know if I would be able to. This worries me. Well, then again, I ought to get there before I start worrying about it. Okay, but let's get into this here. I'm sure we could go talking about Guardian Tales for a while longer, but we've got quite a bit of story to read here. One mil HP boss. Okay, that's not too bad. AoE skill, surrounding enemies, killing boss monsters at the same time. Yeah. I might get there eventually. Okay, so last week, 6 people died. Suddenly. And then we uncovered them. And I guess everybody, well, the kids came inside at least. I guess the adults are still out there. Or no, did everybody come in? Because they closed the shutter. Everybody was going to come in, I think. And then they were going to try and radio for the mainland, see what they should do. And it is... Oh yeah, that happened at like midnight. And then they found them at like 6-ish in the morning? Chain switch parties, you can continue the chain, so you can do a lot of chains. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, I'm going to get into the story here. So, uh, yeah. Okay. All that could be heard was the sound of rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned, dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene, was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Right, because Maria stayed inside. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead, and were trapped by a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, it probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then, mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi. He simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions.
私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。源氏は急ぎ警察へ連絡を。
I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。クラウス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。
I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi-san. Since Kraus-Nisan is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me.
その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Ava, are you seriously picking at Natsuhi again? Really? Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive move in a situation like this. He seemed to be claiming that, with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Just do as you like. Natsui started walking without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. He usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her.
奥様
Madam! Madam!
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。すぐ戻ってくるやろ。どないしたんや、熊沢さん。
If you're looking for Natsui-ne-san, she went to see father. He'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa-san?
それが食堂に血が
You see, in the dining hall, there was blood. Blood! The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやて食堂
What happened in the dining hall?
朝食の準備に食堂に配膳に行ったら
When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast. The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood.
ここにも血だまりがあるよ。これは一体
There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world?
だいぶ時間が経っているように見えますな。おそらく昨べここで殺されたんだと見ていいでしょう。
It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say that they were killed here last night.
そういうことになるんやろな。わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。
It definitely looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night.
そしてここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
After that, someone must have forced their way in.
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep?
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらいの頃や。だからその後にと考えるんが妥当やろな。
It's a little past midnight, so we should probably assume it happened after that.
マジかよ。勘弁してくれよ。
Are you kidding me? Give me a break.
お嬢様、しっかり。
Milady, please, stay strong.
俺はもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから今さらこのくらいじゃ答えねえぜ。
After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing.
そうかよ。よかったな。 私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。ここは食堂だぜ。私は毎日ここで食事をして学校のことをぼやいたり宿題のことをぼやいたり親父に学校の成績の話をされたりそういうところなんだぜ。
Really? Good for you. Feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me.
お嬢様、これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。客間へ戻りましょう。
Milady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor.
俺の同感さ。秀吉おじさん、この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います。俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with the cannon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
Everything is just as Battler-san has said. There's nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd been able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate, and as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places, even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse. Forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy.
わしも同感や。この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。はよ出るんや。はよはよ。
I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said, and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there, all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then, Genji returned.
お、源氏さん。警察に連絡はつきましたか？
Oh, Genji-san. Were you able to contact the police?
それが申し訳ございません。
Oh? I can't advance.
無線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but...
なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか。 電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか。
What the? So you couldn't contact the police? Both the phone and the radio failed?
申し訳ございません。月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
My apologies. The boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment.
この島には船はないんか。新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department?
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
Yoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by.
クラウス様のボートは今、修理中で島にございません。ですので、月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
Rouse-sama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday.
そんなアホな話があるか。6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず、船もない。台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか。
How could this happen? 6 people are dead. The phones and radio aren't working. There's no boat. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're going to be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we?
ってことはつまり、俺たちだけじゃなく、おじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず足止めってことだな。
Which means that not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island.
そういうことになるね。みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on this island.
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。くそくそくそくそ、見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。
So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it, damn it, damn it! I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police.
私がこの手でやっつ先にしてやる。
I'll slice him to bits myself. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say that she felt happy. She felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
Really? That's the question you ask? Jessica Onechan, did someone die? The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it were someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, "Can't you just tell by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief?" She flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな私の親父もパトラの父さんと母さんも幸田さんもシャノンもそしてマリアの母さんも
They all died. Everyone. My dad and Battler's parents. Goda-san and Shannon. And even your mother, too.
よすんだジェシカちゃん。悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
Stop it, Jessica-chan. You aren't the only one who's sad.
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな、死んでしまいました。
Maria-san, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died.
ママが死んじゃった？
Mama died?
ああ。誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
Yeah, someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong.
何人死んじゃった？
How many people died? Ah.
6人だぜ！6人だ！くそあんな残酷なことしやがって！踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ！人間ならよ！誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ！血の色が赤いわけがねえ！
6 people. 6 people. Damn it. How could anyone do something that cruel? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red.
犯人は人間じゃない。鍵が選んだ生贄なだけ。
The culprit isn't human. It's just the blank chosen by the blank. Is it? I know that's referring to it's referring to the poem or epitaph. Oh, I said poem. Is it sacrifices chosen by the key? I think it was something chosen by the key. I think it was sacrifices. I'm not sure if the exact wording matters. Not sure why they chose to blank that out. It's not like it's that hard to guess.
おい、マリア。今、なんて言った？
Huh? Hey, Maria. Did you say something just now? Don't you say that too quiet for them to hear? Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. Oh, it's just because they didn't expect her to say something like that. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsui's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsui and Aunt Eva had returned from their trip to see grandfather.
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
You can't contact them even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio?
申し訳ございません。毎年、保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year.
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island?
そのような設備はございません。申し訳ございません。
We do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies. Just then, Kumasawa arrived. pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
Why are we eating breakfast here?
ああ、夏日さん、それは後で話す。それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
Natsui-san. I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how is father?
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか。
Judging by the fact that he's not with you, seems he'll not leave his room. Not even for a situation like this.
いないわ。部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
He wasn't there. The room was empty. What was that drop of liquid sound? Why did that happen? Is this some kind of important clue? Should I be writing this down? I guess I'll write that down. Kinzo wasn't in his room on the night, or on the day after 6 murders.
なんやて？こんな時にどこ行ったんや？
Where could he have gone at a time like this?
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか？
Do you mean to say that the master has left his study?
そうです。私も驚いています。いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか？
That is correct. I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. Do any of you have an idea? Natsui looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも見当がつきません。
Even we have no idea.
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中に、お休みの場所からご不浄まで全てを設けさせました。親方様があの部屋をお出になることなど、よっぽどのことがない限り考えられません。
As you all know, within that study, the master had tried everything from, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. I wish I had a bathroom in our room. Dang. That man has a literal man cave. He can just chill there for everything.
となると、なんや、そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up?
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。とにかく気まぐれな方ですから、現状をご存知なくお一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。
We still cannot be certain that's the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, though it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation.
仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせして、ご指示を仰がねばなりません。
If that is the case, then we must all act in haste. Then we must act in all haste. Tell him what has happened and ask for instructions.
そうね。考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
That's right. Although I don't want to think about it. It's possible something has happened to him, isn't it?
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, phones were broken. The radio wouldn't reach anyone. There was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. Tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. Some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rakanjima. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being. Of course, no one made much progress. Then, we began pooling our knowledge of the current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kyrie-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet, we still couldn't contact the police, since both the phones and the radio were unusable. Until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, we might have hoped would have been able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. Despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on the way back from Kinzo's study, we'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。
We will go check that all of the windows and doors are locked.
お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。
Must also conduct a thorough search for father.
子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。
Children must remain in this room.
エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生もお願いいたします。
Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo.
わかりました。ここでお待ちしています。
I understand. I will wait here. Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun, out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children, a total of 7 people.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait. Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on a Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
ろくな番組見る。
Good show. Watch it. Watch it.
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃ、おじさんと一緒に見ような。
Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Maria-chan? Then come watch with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Is it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve. They each sank absent-mindedly into the sofas.
兄貴、聞いていいか？
Aniki, can I ask you something?
なんだい？
What is it?
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。あれ送ったのは兄貴か？
Just now, in the storehouse. He said something about Shannon and a ring. Did you give that to her? George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
よせよパトラ。少しは察しろよ。
Quit it, Battler. Figure it out by yourself.
だな。悪いことを聞いたぜ。
You're right. I shouldn't have asked.
そうさ。僕だよ。彼女に、昨べ、求婚したんだ。その時、指輪を渡した。明日になったら、それを好きな指にはめて、返事としてくれって。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
That's right. It was me. Last night I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted as her answer. This was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon Shin's left hand.
数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。ジョージ兄さんのことでさ。
Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice about you, George Nissan.
なんて言ってたのかな。
I wonder what she could have said.
シャノンは嘘をつくのが下手だったからよ。ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、 男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、そんなことをいろいろとさ。
Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kinds of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy. Lots of stuff like that.
なんつうのか、その、まあ焼けたぜ。
Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that.
それが婚約指輪を渡されておしまいかよ。
And then she was given an engagement ring. It all ended right there.
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ、男から求婚されるってのは人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。だからきっと昨夜のシャノンは心の底から、いや生まれてから今までの中で一番幸せだったと思うぜ。
Different people value things differently, but being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. So I'm sure, last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy, from the bottom of her heart, happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. George Anarchy sighed deeply, without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがってお屋敷に行ってしまった。
It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night. Because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went over to the mansion.
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ。気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, and no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. You must have been incredibly embarrassed.
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い事件に巻き込まれてしまった。僕があの日あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければシャノンはサヨは事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there, helped Goda-san with his work, and got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring on that day, in that place. Shannon wouldn't have, Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime.
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。断じて違う。だからそれ以上泣くんじゃねえ。
Aniki, that's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong. So don't cry anymore.
バトラ君、そっとしてあげなさい。
Atla-kun, let's leave him be. After Aunt Eva said that, or after Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down on the opposite sofa.
バトラ君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
Atla-kun, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself.
まあほら、愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないっすか。俺は別にあんなクソ親父どうしのうが知ったことじゃないし、キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
Look, the depth of the love becomes the depth of the wound, right? After all, it's not like that old bastard died has anything to do with me. Or, not like how that old bastard died. I feel bad about Kirie-san, but, well, he wasn't actually my parent.
あら、という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then.
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい。
Oops, I accidentally skipped that. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me.
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards.
そんなことはないっすよ。俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。ただ俺がみんなと違うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
Nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotions it stirred in me.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense, because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion.
悲しいっていうよりは腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? Kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees.
親父たちが殺されて以降、この島は台風に包まれたままです。つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎はまだこの島の中にいるってことです。
Since the time Dad and the others were killed, the island has been covered by the typhoon. Which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on the island.
そういうことになるわね。今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kiryu-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
Now to Eva, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night?
ああ、例のさあ、どうかしらね。あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
Ah, that one. Well, I wonder. All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and this case, or in the case this morning, are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage.
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
Was that letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice?
まさか。全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shannon-chan or someone else wear or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? Genji in a dress. By the way, if anyone has not seen the wonderful picture I made, or well, put together, I should say. I didn't make it. Let me scar you for life. It was totally Genji in a dress.
昨夜、キリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
Last night, I talked with Kyrie-san about whether Beatrice actually exists, and Kyrie-san also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us.
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, right? Then there must be someone amongst us who's been pretending to be Beatrice. A bogus?
この島には俺たち以外はいない。すか。
There's no one else but us on this island, you think?
当然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいない。ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than us? No one else, or no one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kirie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, we're assuming that there's no 19th person. We can't ignore this anymore. In other words,
19人目がいないなら、親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。つまり、今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
there's no 19th person. Then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。でもよく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。わかる？
And now we're getting into the whodunit. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. Even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? That shutter is always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Understand?
たまたまその日、シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は？
Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day?
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
The servants said that it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse.
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one.
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を戻すところを見たわ。壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したのよ。
Genji-san said that was the case, which means that the culprit knew where that single key was, or he was kept and took it. Just now, I watched when Kanon-kun returned the key to the servant room. The wall was packed with keys. I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key amongst all of those.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。もっとはっきり断言するわ。犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知している。
Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. And that means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. The bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden. There wouldn't have been much to go on. However, there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room. It was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the location of the keys. Family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that
ってことは使用人の誰かが犯人。
which means that one of the servants is the culprit.
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。でも一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing.
なんすか？
What's that?
犯人、犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられるわ。だってそうでしょ？食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようとバラ庭園の向こうの倉庫まで運んで、悪趣味な化粧と落書きを施している。これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the shutter. There's no way that a single culprit could carry out all of that on their own, right? It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved.
ひゅー。ってことはエヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろって言ってんすか？
Ooh. So what you're saying, that maybe all of the servants were in cahoots.
静かになさいな。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。
Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this. And if it really is true, what would you do next? They might not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and maybe you. Which comes to a total of 4 people, right?
状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなのよ。
We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. I'd been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. Only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I'd been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. Culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless. They might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits, cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないわね。それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないわ。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
Well, it is just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. And that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this?
黒幕？どうしてですか？
Mastermind? Why do you say that?
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし、誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかりなら、その結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
Just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed, so naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Eva had probably read a few books in the genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だから、なぜか気に入らねえんすよね。
That's why I don't like it.
気に入らないって？何の話？
What do you mean you don't like it?
あ、いえいえ、こっちの話っす。
Just talking to myself. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. I tried spinning the chessboard around, like I'd learned from Kyrie-san. This was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew that we'd think that, and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at the murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. Just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently, called Higurashi no Nakukoro ni. Well played, author. Well played. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where Grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim, or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way, and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So, at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? Each one of the survivors had some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kyrie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon-chan's death brought grief to both George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Eva was sure that the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Eva, who had directed suspicion at the servants, and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Eva's name rises to the top of the list.
バトラ君が何を考えてるか、おばさんわかるわよ。
I know what you're thinking, Battler-kun. Oh, before I go any further. That... yeah, definitely makes more sense than the servants did it. Because Ava and Hideyoshi did not know that George had just proposed to Shannon. Or maybe they did, and they disapproved. But then again, if you flip the chessboard around, it also wouldn't make sense because then, I mean, it's easy to see that they're the only people that are unharmed, excuse me, unharmed personally. So, yeah, it'd be easy to point to them and say, hey, you haven't taken any damage. Meanwhile, everybody else has lost a family member. Like I said, Shannon's death would be very flimsy counter-argument to that. Like I said, they might not have known, or they might have known and did not like her marrying George. I don't think George was in on it. Either way. Yeah, there's no real compelling evidence yet for anybody, I'd say.
What? 嫌だな。内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
Darn it, Battler. Huh? Oh no, please don't tell anybody about how my head's so full of obscene stuff.
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。どうせ疑われるだろうから先に自己申告しておくわ。
I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。後宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings. But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine.
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら、予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, "Could you give it a rest? It's not funny."
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただけよ。だからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。
I'm sorry. I was just fooling around, since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me.
困ったことに、昨夜のアリバイは弱いわ。
Unfortunately, my alibi from last night is weak.
聞かせてもらってもいいっすか？昨夜のことを。
Could you tell me a bit more about last night?
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。
As you know, discussion between the siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late into the night.
でも何時まで続いたかは知らない。私と主人は朝が早かったからね。もう眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us go. We then returned to the guest house and rested there.
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait. It's not like I suspect you or anything, okay?
あら、どうだか。証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。もっとも、私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
Oh, are you sure about that? I don't know if it counts as a proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. I think that should be enough to prove we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Though, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Well, no, if your theory was correct, and the servants, well, yeah, if your theory was correct and the servants were in cahoots and trying to throw the blame on you,
確かにそうっすね。
accidentally tapped the next button. Yeah, if the servants were in cahoots, they'd say that you did not return after midnight. So in that case, if he was right, then it wouldn't be an alibi. So yes, that is true. But I mean, if Genji did say that you were, or that you had returned just a bit after midnight, then I mean that nullifies both theories. That the servants did it or that Ava did it.
ってことは、俺、今、真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
Hey, you've got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh?
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
However, let me say this for my honor's sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents, especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants.
確かに、そうっすね。営利で人を殺すなら、それは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
Got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder.
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Exactly. That's why I'm in such a blue mood. Police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around... Whoa, we're spinning it around so many times we're getting dizzy. Does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her? Suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they... Pause, champ. Aunt Eva didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw Georgianiki and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing this shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. See, since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. Oh, thank goodness somebody thought of that.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
I think it was probably something like that. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross. And then, surrounding the circle all around the perimeter were these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross. And in the four corners, there was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call ancient characters.
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
And around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign, and straight lines connecting them.
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。図形的には間違いなくこれや。細かい文字はわからんが、配列はほぼ同じや。
Ah, yeah, there was definitely something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistake in the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. See, this sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。まったくどこに行っちまったんだ。とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far to say grandfather was the culprit, but she sure seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. Right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい？
Does this shape ring any bells?
うん。
Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
ああ。
My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross.
確かにこんなデザインや。ということはどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
Ah, it certainly does have that kind of design. Does it mean that it has something to do with Germany?
その国の十字章はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights. It was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places.
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
So in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning? This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. That is a face. Can I? Yeah, here we go. That is a face. Yes. Okay. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. I don't like it. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh. Something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Okay, that's creepy. What the heck? Gonna have nightmares about that face.
全然違うよみんな。こんなの見てわかんないかな。
You people aren't even close. Can't you tell just by looking? Get that face away from me, please. While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ。書かれてる文字はヘブライ語。貸して。
This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here. Sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
ね、こんな図形だったんじゃないかな。
See, it looked sort of like this, right?
そんな図形だった。
Yes, it was.
マリア、すごいな。さすが詳しいぜ。
Maria, incredible. You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名。カサン、アレル、フォルラク、そしてタリアハド。そして斜め四方には4代の王たちの名。アリエル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ。合ってる？
Written on the top and bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Hassan, Aaron, Tolak, and Talihad. And in the four corners are the names of the four great kings. Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, and Carib. Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いない。そうや。確かにこんな文字が書かれとった。なんでこんなん書けるんや。
There's no mistake. That's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that. How were you able to write something like that?
あと、演習部にも文字が書かれておりましたな。
There were also characters written around the circumference.
わかってるよ。こうでしょ？
I know. Like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。
It's from the Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm.
聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
You must have at least read the Bible, right? Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at loss for words. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。それで、この魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have?
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。
It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom.
束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる。意味深だぜ。
Break free from bonds and gain freedom. Sounds deep.
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for people locked up in actual jail, it can also refer to the release from mental bonds, such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate.
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命。これまた意味深だな。
Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say. That's also pretty deep.
しかしさっぱりわからん。それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they?
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょ。お気の毒だよ。
It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sake. 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It is truly pitiable.
どういう意味だい？魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say that the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。読めないかな。詩編第116編16節と17節。読んであげるよ。主は私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms chapter 116, verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and will call on the name of the Lord. See?
ねって何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
See, you say. I've got no idea what you're talking about.
生贄だってのか。
Saying they're human sacrifices? If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that the sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse, where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. It was starting to get incredibly disturbing. Starting? You sure about that? Just now? I think it was a little disturbing as soon as it happened. And we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read about or aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted, and the island was shut off by the typhoon. So you could really call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bon Festival dance or something? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. Inside of my head's all screwed up. I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together. They started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. Way too dank. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあ、バトラ。どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う？
Hey, Babbler. Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such?
ねえからだよ。ねえからわざわざ見たくて作るんだよ。だから俺はオカルト映画なんてちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑っちまうってんだ。
Because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh.
俺に言わせりゃ、悪魔やら妖怪やらより、今年度の収支報告や機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ。
If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings and angry wives are 100 million times scarier.
さらに言うぜ。怖がるってのは、心と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ。
I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who've got room to relax in both their hearts and lifestyles.
暇で暇でしょうがないから。連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて、悪魔だの、オカルトだのって文化を作り出したんだよ。
They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and such. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on the island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san.
チェスや将棋ってね、終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。
I see. In both chess and shogi. When you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller.
だから自分が追い詰めている、あるいは追い詰められているというその時、両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。
Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read.
つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。
In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that's the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent.
でも守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。
However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly. So they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves.
そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
That's when you spin the chessboard around. Here we go again. Hold on. We're gonna spin! With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything, you're completely cornered just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in the storehouse, and was even kind enough to say, "Here they are," with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? Yeah. If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning, they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death. Though it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed, it didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear like they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who'd just dance to that tune? If you're told, "Please be scared," you can't just say, "Really? Sure thing." When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler, "The entrance is right here," I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather's, had recognized, that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect Grandfather. Did they want to make us think Grandfather was involved? If that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between a genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. It looked like she'd found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh, ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. There isn't a 19th person. The culprit must be in this room. Plot twist. It was Battler. Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? And we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. We still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest are sure taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around, checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. Talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once.
驚かせてしまいましたね。万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
has a gun. Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. After all, that thing in Aunt Natsui's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kinda looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear that it was no kid's toy.
それは金蔵さんの銃ですな。
That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it?
ご存知でしたか？そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it.
ひゅー、すっげえ。夏日おばさん、それ本物なんすか？
Whoa, awesome. Natsui-san, is that thing real?
ええ、本物です。実弾を発砲できますよ。昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away wild birds. Why?
あら懐かしい。どこから出てきたんやら。
Ah, that takes me back. Where did you find that thing?
私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it.
へえ、じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか？知らなかったですよ。
Oh? Grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that.
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. That generation really liked this kind of rifle.
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
Is that a Winchester? But I've never seen one that short before.
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。お父さんも渋いな。
Ah, I remember. It's that gun. That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted, Dead or Earth. Wanted, Alive or Dead. I almost switched it back and forth there. Father sure has good taste.
親方様がだいぶ昔にご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
It is an item the master ordered specially from America long ago. As you can see, it's a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. Keikona clap.
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとかっこつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time.
しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
Still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out?
万が一に備えてです。族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも 主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow, in my husband's place. It's time for that new emote. Shadsui. I guess it's a little hard to see there on screen. Oh my. Yeah, Natsuhi acting like a chat again. As Natsuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She'd been trying to find grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。
I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion.
ですが、万が一ということもあります。みんな、なるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here.
そうね。ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other.
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
What do you mean by that, Eva-san?
別に夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
Nothing really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No. If you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit a Mogus? Or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here, who share a common bloodline, is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. I kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be a Mogus. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. And so time passes. It is now 1 p.m. Time for lunch. Oh, lunch ended. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and go use the bathroom, get some more water, and then we will continue. All right, I am back. Okay. Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened. The island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, He told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
I will wash the dishes, so you can rest for a while, Canon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink?
私は結構。カノンは
I don't need anything. Canon?
僕も結構です。
I don't need anything either.
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
You two must have been so busy, and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Cannon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Cannon opened his mouth and muttered,
Shannon, どうしてあんなひどい死に方を？
Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?
死に方のことは忘れなさい。ただ、運がなかっただけだ。
Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck.
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent once again. Cannon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて、未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Think that Shannon Chan's actually dead. I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Cannon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを？生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。どうして
Why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? Why?
ただ、運が悪かっただけだ。少しの運がたがえば、シャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは、私だったのかもしれないし、お前だったのかもしれない。あるいは、他の誰かだったのかもしれない。すべては運命だ。
It was nothing more than bad luck. If If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate.
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
Genji-sama, you said the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter?
うん。気味の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
Indeed, it was an unsettling mark. Almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. But she had the charm hanging on her door. So, I wonder if like Shannon was chosen because they couldn't get Natsuhi. I mean, assuming that this was the work of the witch. But even if it wasn't the work of the witch, like, why would there be the bloodstained fingerprints that they weren't able to get through the door? It seems too... yeah, it seems a little forced. Like, Natsuhi's door? One of... well, probably the only one with charm on the door. Is the only one with the fingerprints, or the finger marks, the blood stuff. How would they even know that that door had the charm on it? I mean, it was on the other side.
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
So does this mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madame's room and tried to open the door, but couldn't? Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door, it definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door, but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
How did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様、これは失礼いたしました。
Battler-sama, how rude of us. Genji-san and Canon-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please, let me hear the rest.
今のは別に。
That just now wasn't really...
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。だから単刀直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Canon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this. It only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
Last night, this would have been none of my business. But after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
Battler-san, please let go of him. Cannon-san isn't really hiding anything.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
And you won't have any problem talking about it, right? Lonely being out of the loop, you know? I tried to further twist up his collar. Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので、カノンは躊躇しているのです。
I can tell you about it. Canon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama.
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret. Tell me about it. Not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
Understood. Please ask us anything. We will talk.
ああ。じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ？俺が知ってる限りでは、ロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか？
Right. Then I'll ask, who in the world is Beatrice? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rockinjima. I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong?
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様は、六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
No, it isn't wrong. As you say, Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rockinjima.
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
Battler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice-sama exists. She's a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold, and who worked by his side for many years.
はあ？よせやい、よせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
Huh? Ah, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa-ba-chan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I'd take it badly. So, you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists?
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からずっとおそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
Yes. He's been working for the master ever since before the mansion was built on this island. He has most likely been working for him even longer than I have.
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
What do you know? Kyrie-san's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice. Is that person on the island right now?
はい。いらっしゃっていると思います。
Yes. I believe that she's here.
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは、昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
A vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
はい。大変申し上げがたいのですが、
That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。 寸止めみたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Kenan was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then, Kumasawa-bachan whispered,
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
You cannot see her face, because Beatrice-sama has no form.
お姿がなんだって？
He has no... What did you say?
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですから、ベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵が、あの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
I've heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seems he yearned for that figure so much, he would often stand in front of that portrait.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折、輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一、お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には、決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。その禁を破り、大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there's a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. It is whispered that you will meet disaster if you do. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury.
おいおい、マジかよ。
That reminds me, Shannon did see something glowing. I don't think she recognized butterflies, but I wonder if she perhaps went towards it.
あんたら、本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
Wait a sec. Are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this?
バトラス様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
Bedlo-sama, Beatrice-sama has already arrived. Such language may be unwise.
ベアトリーチェ様は、ご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば、必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
Beatrice-sama does not like it when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster.
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
Adler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant. But you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist.
います。それを疑われることを。ベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that.
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
Can't you tell, Battler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here.
おいおいよせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
Come on, quit it. I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから。ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Battler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please trust me. Kumasawa-bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
Well, even if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Oh boy, it's Creepy Maria again. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。だから見えない、会えない、話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet her. And why you can't talk to her. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。
Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch. With all the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family by making a contract with her.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Yesterday I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense.
なんだよそれ。魔女？悪魔？ そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
What are you talking about? Jesse, what the hell are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that?
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall? Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday?
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな。わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
Adler, you still won't understand. Beatrice-sama exists.
いるって、どこにさ？
She exists, you say. But where?
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists here. Right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now. The servants' eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. Before here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Umasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly look over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point, as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、話しかけられない。だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who lived 1,000 years. But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists.
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら、今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler.
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか?
Oh, that scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something. But are you saying it really had some power?
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよバトラは。
If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. You're so lucky, Battler.
そうか。
Hold up. Hold up. I don't think anyone told Maria that their faces were crushed, did they? I mean, I guess it's possible she overheard something about it, but I don't remember them saying anything about the heads being crushed. I mean, I could have just forgotten or missed it. Still, a little sus. Also, I mean, it's been like this for a while, but I will say it is strange for Maria to be so adult-like ish, or in the way she talks. I mean, you could write that off as like a shock or response to shock or something along those lines, but that's a rather big change for a 9-year-old.
あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now.
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに。今そこにほら。ね、信じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? Even though she exists. Right now, over there, look. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it, and thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now. But then, maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago. But unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメだ。
And it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ、俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ、どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere.
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし、なら魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに今この瞬間もピンピンしてる。悪いが俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。
So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. Even though I should have been cursed by the witch. Perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes.
第六感？波長？魔法のセンス？悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじいさまに給料をもらってるか知らねえが、俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったってそう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
Sixth senses? Wavelengths? Magic sensitivity? Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily.
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
You guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to the things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。
Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice.
もうじき蘇るんだよ。ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
Very soon she'll revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There will be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to believe or for us to force you to believe. She will appear very soon. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsui reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor. on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obedient. People really do like not doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she'd suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh." What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, I felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria.
確かにマリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. Rattler-kun, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right?
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるで二重人格みたいな感じで。
You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something.
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
Yeah, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she was talking about magic circles does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently, Jessica had spotted that Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment. I was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time.
あれってのは何なんだ？マリアは二重人格か何かなのか？それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかして、そういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
So what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong? She's being possessed by a spirit or whatever?
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃、自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to become or want to be someone other than yourself? When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules, what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough mocking everyone around them and calling them childish can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves, if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different?
年齢？それとも体格？
Age? Or do you mean size? Chick breaking out of the egg, huh? Also hi. Hey there, yum antimatter. How you doing?
違うよ。経験、大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
No, it's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world.
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長者ぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。
Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive, or that they'll understand when they get older or something.
まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon. And Jessica, 18 years old, being like, "Oh, I know all about growing up." Oh yeah, it do be like that.
なるほどな。
Yeah, it's weird. Growing up is weird. Like, I remember being that age. Being like, oh, you know, I'm starting to maybe get a hang of this life thing. And it's like, no, there is still so much more to learn. Looking back at myself 10 years ago, there was so much more to learn. And yet, I felt like I had a handle on things. I did not have a handle on things. And now I know more, but I still don't quite have a handle on things, so yeah. Oh, yeah.
知識や経験の有無か。確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
Get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives.
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。
Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them.
子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら、
And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults,
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが 一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
I get it. They know something no one else knows. It becomes part of their identity. Yep. Yep, I'd say that's about right. Part of the reason I think, like, I used to be into classical music, for, I think it was like the end of middle school, start of high school, and let's see, oh yeah, I would try to read more difficult books. Like I read Dante's Inferno, the normal long version. I think part of that stuff was I wanted to be different. I sort of made that part of my identity at the time. So yeah, what they're saying is, yeah, that's a real thing.
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり、持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。
You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a bit of a hero for it.
バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
I'll bet you've done the same thing, Battler.
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
Yeah, yeah. There was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or another. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child. Or going through my growing period, in other words.
健全な意味での成長期は、そうして没個性を脱却するために、人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。
If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint, as people hate being like everyone else. They try to learn skills other people don't know.
これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising.
まあ、個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから、俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school.
でもまあ、誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか、成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜって、マラソンで全力疾走とか、そういう気持ちはあったな。勉強はダメだったから、少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。うん、なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな、俺。
Well, I'd try to jump over things no one else could. Sprint as fast as I could, trying to laugh at those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that, if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. See, so I really did go through a proper growing period.
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。 でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ。
I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses.
あったあった。人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、やっぱりクスクスとか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
Yeah, there were. They'd come over, asking for my sign and blood type, and then they'd laugh. I thought so. Giggle, giggle. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling. Deciding whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing definitely happened to me.
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて、かつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. Girls, who tend to be more introverted, is a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them.
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに、女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
Just like how, when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Well, I didn't, though.
つまり、マリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは、年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか。
So, Maria having so much interest in the occult isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains the creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I could probably accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。だから、それを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience. So to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you often see in the world of children, both now and in the past. Do you know what I mean?
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface. Like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. Wait, this game came out... Or, well, this VN came out when? Interesting that they're talking about this kind of thing, because that, I mean, currently that stuff is popular, like reincarnation with, or oh yeah, sometimes it's just random dude reincarnating, or isekai. Other times it's a famous figure. I mean, those are still fairly popular genres nowadays. I mean, isekai in particular. I didn't realize that was popular back then. Whenever this game came out, because I know the questions and answers arc bundle came out in 2016, I believe, but I'm not sure when the original of this came out. Let's see, original release date. The first game of the Umineko visual novel series was released on August 17th, 2007. Huh. That's about 15 years ago. Huh. Neat.
他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。
Oh, well, and then let's see, this game is set in. Isn't this set in like the end of the 1900s? So it's sort of weird that they mention anime. I mean, I know anime has been around for quite a while. But if it's going by the actual in-game setting, did they really have that kind of story back then? Like with the reincarnation stuff? You know, I could sort of see that. History does repeat.
どういうわけか。あの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ?
Ah, or could it be the sleeping gene that gets awakened? Or maybe a sealed power or memory returns? There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Why is that?
今挙げたキーワードはすべて子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
All of those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she means a 1,009-year-old identity.
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So basically, studying is annoying. True. But these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing to people around them. So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. See, isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ、その願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。
Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self. And it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality.
バトラ君だって家と学校では 多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
Even you, Battler-kun, probably had different personality at home and school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you're your true self. I'm in this dialogue and I don't like it.
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか、人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
So in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common?
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。
Aren't we all? Yeah. True, true.
正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。男子にもいるだろ。キレたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて痛いよな。
A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who change their personalities so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch.
つまりおさらいするとだ、マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格みたいなのを見せてもそれほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか。
Let's sum this all up. So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare or unusual thing?
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。それをバカにしたりすると、かえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だから、ほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが、親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self. If you make fun of it, it can actually cause children to go back into their shells. So it's important to go along with them to some degree. Although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along and fool or not.
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。
Why you gotta hurt him like that? Bruh.
もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな。
Aniki, I can't believe you're still single. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. So I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew so much about Maria's dual personality. Or, yeah, I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality.
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると必ずビンタしてたぜ。だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class. So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. Oof. But also Battler probably forgot he was with Shannon. And he just found out today. That or it's a translation quirk. Yeah, I mean, that could be. I don't know. Either way, I feel like the author or the writer or whatever messed up there, or the translation made it a little weird. I mean, yeah, just earlier they were having that serious talk about Shannon and George. But maybe it is. Maybe he did miss, or rather, maybe he did just forget about it in the current conversation. Although I feel like that would make George react. So, with George not reacting and Jessica not reacting, and getting upset for George, it was probably just slightly different translation or something. Or the writer themselves didn't really figure that in. My goodness, I'm dissecting their dialogue. Maybe that thing back there is just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I'd found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George Anarchy, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we would chant, EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ooh-oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Anarchy or Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
ジェシカ、ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか
Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion?
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud.
おじいさまがベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじいさまと喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
After all, grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice exists. And because of their position, servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki don't want to get into a fight with him. So on the surface, they go along with it. So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion. Unlike the rest of us, who only come here once a year. Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるようなそんな雰囲気だよ。実際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
It's just like you say. No one really believes it on the inside, but on the outside, they accept that she exists. See, it's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud.
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ。やっぱり雇い主のじいさまがいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか。
How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going to go along with it because grandfather, their employer, says that she exists?
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間ではベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ。夜見回りをしている時、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, The story about Beatrice has been treated like some sort of a ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? That story about how one night when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling. She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. You'd say Beatrice exists if you got a nice cushy paycheck. Judging by Kumasawa, you never get fired at this place, even if you skeeve off work sometimes. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, money. Money good. Although it also comes at the price of, or rather your paycheck also comes at the price of possibly getting murdered. So, That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Canon also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. Near midnight, you say? Okay, if you say she exists, she'll take mercy and revive you. Copium. Sure. I'm sure that's how it worked, yeah.
ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I'd been told just now.
でも、怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
Ah, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい。私が務めを始める直前にベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice Sama's anger had been brought down upon this person.
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。つまり使用人たちにとってベアトリーチェって存在は、お稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-sama-san, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house, and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of the plot of that land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during her town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. Incorrect, by the way. That might be Catholic, but it's slightly different. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. Well, I guess Catholicism is under the... Catholicism is Christianity. It's just one of many offshoots. So that would be Catholicism in particular does the baby baptizing, I believe. I think Battler knows about Christian denominations any more than we know about different Buddhist sects. Fair enough, yep. I don't know, for some reason I'm just used to hearing about not hearing about, but for some reason I'm just used to sort of drawing a line between Catholicism as its own thing and Protestant being Christian normally. I don't know why. For some reason, there's just that line in my mind. Anyway. Did I read this? In short, even in modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまりこの島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起これば、それはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか、消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。
So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Shannon-chan said it herself. Windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check them. Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on.
で、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけてたんだよな。
If I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the morning.
よく覚えてるな。普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。ま、そんなくだらない話さ。
Your memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island it's Beatrice. Well, it's all pretty stupid though.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。それだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that get old, or for things that old, to get their fair share of ghost and occult stories, like the 7 mysteries at a school.
そこでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Oh boy, here we go. Hold on tight, we're spinning. But that's where I'll spin the chessboard around.
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ？ 18人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。
Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are there? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime. Which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it.
気に入らねえぜ。
I don't like it.
全然気に入らね
え。I don't like it one bit.
気に入らないって何がだよ。
What do you mean you don't like it?
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing.
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by perfect timing?
ああ。だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたりあるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたりどいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。 ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ？
Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, and some people who returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job. George Aniki, Aunt Ava probably told you too, right?
内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job?
うん。まあね。
Yes, I guess.
つまり、不可視の19人目が実在したなら、最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。
Hey, I just realized it's 11:11 on 12:12. Just happened to look at the clock at that time. This amuses me. And too bad I didn't see it earlier when it was 12:12 on 12:12. Yeah.
いや、そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには、死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure. No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent.
疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ、自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。だから、全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は、19人目にとって、自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。にもかかわらず、その時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest, the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest. And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば、18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白。にもかかわらず、マリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り、誰もが自分でないと否定している。
By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected. And yet, someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies they did it.
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると、こう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists? That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Adler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. One moment. Okay, I'm back.
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めそうさ。昨べのあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。鉄板を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof, but with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess.
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
Seriously, that's too crazy. You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels?
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても、その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。
However, it's an angle we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19th person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island.
僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて、少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
Just now, listening to Battler-kun talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing.
気持ち悪いことって？
うん。覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。そして利子とは後宮家のすべてだと言った。
Yes, do you remember? Beatrice's letter. It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest, and by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya family. Jessica and I thought back to what Maria had read aloud the previous night.
言ってたぜ。確かに言ってた。そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
Yeah, it said that. It definitely said that. That the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly. But if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right.
おじい様は黄金を授かり、後宮家を再興した。つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。つまり
Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of the interest. Which means...
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後宮家のすべて、つまりじい様が生み出したものすべてってことは、じい様から血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
That's pretty scary for a joke, Aniki. You don't mean everything of the Ushiromiya family. In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to. In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins?
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。となれば、この事件はまだ続くよ。利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
You interpret the letter that way. These murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue, because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed. Although, if you look at it that way, it's weird that Shannon would be killed because... well... yeah, I don't know. It's weird that she would be killed. And she's not part of the Ushiromiya family. I don't know. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed... Oh yeah, and Goda. Yeah. He has almost nothing to do with Ushiromiyas. He's only been serving there like 2 years. Because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiromiya name.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。でもおかしいよ、ジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
So they're planning to kill us all? But that's weird, George Nissan. In that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more. At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night. Why didn't they do that?
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、李氏の権利は失われる。そして、手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじいさまの黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
A special clause. If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ended. It challenged us all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold.
ジーザス、ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじいさまのあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん李氏の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
Jesus. It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. Yeah. In other words, the culprit's telling us to try to solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather had made. On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. The distance between these points makes us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, it means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try to force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost and in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness, and then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested. Aunt Natsui said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
Of course, if you think about it that way, even the letter from yesterday makes sense. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria-chan the letter.
Oh! Beatrice はいる! Oh!
Beatrice exists! Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in a cute way that she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。ですが、その存在を盲信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで、それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどとうなずけるものがあります。
There is no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I will agree it makes sense. You're gonna keep insisting that there's no hidden gold even when your husband showed you that secret gold bar?
しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked in the Ushiromiya family?
道理ですな。謎を解かせるなら、金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
I see your point. If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me.
そうね。それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it, rather than try to force us to solve it.
確かにその通りや。もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
You got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans.
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら、金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he wouldn't bow to ordinary threats.
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ、今日の繁栄があるのです。
He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them.
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。 うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
That's freaking right. I can't imagine our grandfather obeying someone cause of a threat.
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
Jessica, watch your language.
はい。
Yes, Mom.
ならこういう発想はどうだろう。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
Oh, I didn't think he was done there. In that case, what about this idea? No, wait. Is this one also way out there? I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. Might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon, because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. Shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting, over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at Grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against Grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if Grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains Grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit had already attacked Grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean Grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな、まさかそんな。
How could? You aren't saying. How could?
面白い話じゃない？つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ。
That sounds interesting. So Grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is?
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Natsui glared at her. Aunt Ava just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that Grandfather's been caught up in the crime. If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right?
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら？
Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did Father actually disappear?
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
Who was the last person to see Father?
多分私でしょう。 今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
It was probably me. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in Father's study. I went to check his room and greeted him there. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study the whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Natsui pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Eva giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
Hey, Genji-san. I'm sure the police will inspect Father's room thoroughly. If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway. So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now.
何のお話でしょうか？
What are you talking about?
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ。その定義の確認をしたいの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。あとは窓？他に出入り口は？
It's simple. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except for that key, right? I want to verify whether that's true. There's one entrance to Father's study. What about the window? Any other entrances or exits?
ありません。中に入るには入り口しかありません。
There are none. There was no way to get in except the entrance.
間違いなくね。秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
You're sure about that? There isn't some secret hidden door or anything? Since Father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family. I'm asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance? As Father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. Nazui looked a little offended at the part about the highest-ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話はすべて水の泡。
You too, Canon-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, won't you tell me? If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second. If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. I'm gonna try and pin it on Natsuha. Or not Natsuhi. You are terrible, I love you. I sort of hate Eva. She always gets picky with Natsuhi. I hate it. Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん、何の話？
Mother, what are you talking about?
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。どうなの？源氏さん、カノン君、そして熊沢さん。隠し扉はあるの？ないの？源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。
You're consistent. You love awful asshole characters unless they annoy you personally. Well, at least you're honest. I hate asshole characters. What was I? Oh yeah, I was reading. I forget the entire name of it, but I was reading a web novel version of the Isekai Failure Frame, and like there are just so many asshole characters in that, and they annoy me to no end. Like it's painful reading their sections. Oh boy.
知らないとは言わせないわよ。
George, stay quiet for a bit. What do you say? Genji-san? Kanon-kun? Or Kumasawa-san? Is there a hidden door or not? Genji-san, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say you don't know.
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
There is nothing like that in the master's study.
間違いなく片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
You're sure? What about Kanon-kun? One who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle.
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
That's right. I'm sure. There's no such hidden door in the master's study.
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
No, I haven't heard of such a thing.
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with father.
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
I have never heard of something like that.
結構。じゃあいい？話を始めるわよ。とってもシンプルな話なの。
Very well then. So, are you ready? Let me begin. It's very simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは夏日姉さんよね。詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。姉さん、覚えてる？私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
Natsui-ne-san was the last person to spot father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Ne-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of Father's study, right?
ええ、覚えています。それが何だというのですか？
Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything?
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
And when was the next time you went to visit Father's study? That was after we found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? Together with me, we went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nissan, at that time, when you went to enter Father's study, did you notice anything?
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
Notice anything? What are you talking about?
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
Come on. You picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt.
確かに、そんなゴミを拾った気がします。それが何か？
I do seem to remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant?
そのレシートは、私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
Huh, the receipt from that candy you bought back there. But mother, what does that receipt have to do with anything?
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
George, stay quiet and listen for just a bit longer. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what Aunt Eva was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか。ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。実はね、そのレシート。
5 hours of playtime, so unless I plan on a late night, we wrap up a good stopping point. Oh, if I wait for the cracked glass clock translation, it'll take a while longer. Ah, okay. Well, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I was waiting for the cracked glass or clock. Okay, so yeah, I'll probably try and find a stopping point here soon. Thank you, thank you.
姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ？その時、書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything, or try to set up a trap for Natsui's Nei-san or anything like that. Actually, about that receipt. Nei-san, you remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw Father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study.
ってことは、どういうことですか？
Scene lengths are not consistent. They take as long as they need to take. Yeah. Yeah. I just felt like it should be coming up. But yeah. I'm usually wrong about that type of thing.
つまり、夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで、誰もドアを開けていない。
So what does that mean? Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsumi picked up that receipt?
と待ってよエヴァおばさん。
Okay, first of all, why in the world would you put that receipt in the door? That's pretty suspicious.
レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。じいさまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
Wait a second, Aunt Eva. Wedging the receipt in would be obvious. It's possible that when Grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing, and stuck it back in the door. Asking the right question. Oh, I see. Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't know what all this meant, but she realized that whatever it was would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確には分かんないんじゃない？
Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so that no one would notice it. But even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have had no way of knowing how high up in the door it had been stuck, right?
私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。
Oops, skip too fast. I checked it while Natsui-ne-san was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it.
大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. I'll bet you were the one who did that prank to on the door to my room, too.
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
Door to your room?
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。
It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it. But when I woke up this morning, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter.
かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
なんやその話。
Dang it. There were some unpleasant marks, as though someone had been tearing at the door.
なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
Wait, what's this? Why'd you keep quiet about this till now?
申し訳ありません。あの後、立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失明していました。
My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I'd completely forgotten about it until this moment.
知らないわよそんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくてお父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。扉を使わずどうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら。
I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to the door to Father's room, right? Between the time you confirmed that he was in his room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did Father get out if he didn't use the door?
そんなことは知りません。私が知りたいくらいです。
I don't know that. That's what I want to know.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や。
Natsui-ne-san, other than you, who else checked to see whether Father was in his room?
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですな。夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
Last night, last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner.
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか？
Who saw him after that?
私です。昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
I did. I gave him his dinner last night.
はい。僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
Yes, Shannon and I were with him.
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。だがな、夏日姉さん。不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。
So at that time, father was definitely still in his room. However, Natsuine-san, when you found out he wasn't there, looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right?
なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
But even so, you said you met with him this morning.
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっておるのか分かりません。どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. Could someone please explain it to me?
父さんと母さんは夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい？
Father and mother, are you saying that what Natsuki says about meeting grandfather this morning was a lie?
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
Like hell she'd lie about that. Mom's guiltless. Why would she lie?
ジェシカ。
Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsuki confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。でも今朝以降、お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。
Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuine-san. And then there's that strange fact that we learned from my receipt.
さあ、この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら？
So, how can we connect these points together? Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to, or how. We try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants, find that Aunt Natsui lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
I don't get it at all. Why would Mom have to lie? She had no reason to, right?
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。
That's what I want to know. But Jessica-chan, can't be sure that she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then.
生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves.
なんだそりゃ。そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
What are you talking about? I've never heard of that.
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、 普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。
We still haven't found Father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon.
その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ。わかる？みんな。
If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsui Nei-san would be able to create an alibi. Do you understand, everyone? Okay, one flaw with this is, well, I mean, other than what I mentioned earlier with why would Ava stick the receipt in the door, there's also Natsui only got the key right before she went to check on Kinzo. And then Ava followed her. So it's not like Natsuhi could kill Kinzo and move him out of there. The only way that would work is if Natsuhi and Genji, or in fact all the servants, were working together, in which case these guys would be screwed anyway. Because the servants were the last people to have seen Kinzo before Natsuhi. So if Natsuhi was covering for servants, that'd be the only way that would work. That wouldn't make sense. Oh yikes, I just dropped some frames there, it looks like. I really ought to end soon, before my internet starts giving out. This morning, Natsui confirmed that grandfather was there. She lied. And he was already dead at that time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was just killed a second ago. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there, and become the first to find the body with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava is saying?
バカバカしい。推理小説など所詮は娯楽小説。そんなものばかり読んでいるからそのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time.
そうだぜ。死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたってそんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。古典の世界だったらともかく現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。おかしいぜ。
That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all of that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? It doesn't make any sense.
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。
You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right?
検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。
Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours.
しかも困ったことに、警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんて、ジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。
And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan.
ねえ、南條先生。
Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct. I've heard that there is a very high chance of mistaken diagnosis. I imagine it's very possible for misreading just a few hours to occur.
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう。十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. It's a trick that works well enough. Natsui-ne-san, it's not like we think, or it's not like we want to suspect you, okay? We just want you to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you. Hideyoshi, why you gotta support the asshole? I mean, yes, she is your wife, but still, I'm disliking you for this. Yeah, we don't want to suspect you. That's why we're asking you and nobody else to prove yourself. Exactly. Exactly. Well, maybe not exactly, but I mean, it's only been the servants and Natsui that have seen him. And I mean, assuming that the receipt was not moved, that would be suspicious for her to be the last one seeing him, because how to get out? But like I was saying earlier, she wouldn't have been able to move him, especially not by the time, or well, she would have if given enough time, but Ava came up right after her. Like she bumped into, or they bumped into each other as she was coming out. So there would not have been any possibility to get him out of there. And like if the servants did something, that means all the servants were in cahoots together. In which case, everybody's screwed. And also, Natsuhi's working with the servant. So that'd be 4 on everybody. We also don't know that he's even dead. Could just be fine. Maybe he rolled out the fire escape ladder and climbed out the window. I mean, well, I don't know if they have a fire escape ladder, but yeah, it's not certain that he's dead. They're just assuming. But yeah, there's got to be some other way out the door or something. Something doesn't add up. But yeah, Hideyoshi. Yeah, we don't want to suspect you, but hey, you're looking pretty suspect. And Ava is pushing this way too hard. Something sure doesn't add up, yeah. I don't know what, like, if there is no hidden way out. Unless... You know, we're just taking Ava's word for it that this receipt was stuck in the door. She could have just said that she stuck it in the door and then thrown it on the ground when they went together to look for him later. Yeah, we only have her word for it that it was stuck in the door. Nobody else knew. Laughs in knowing everything. Oh my. How does it feel to play God? Yeah.
何の潔白を示せというのですか。今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。そして心の中に片翼のわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて、あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。それだけは断じて許せません。お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with Father, and he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? Certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that Father said those words.
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Or maybe Father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend Father's nearly finished life for another 7 years and keep all his wealth for yourself? Oh boy. You just antagonized the lady with a gun. Shoot her. Shoot her now. Do it.
それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。私は後ろ宮夏日、この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
I can't let you get away with saying that. I can't let you get away with saying any more. I am Ushiromiya Natsui. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved on my heart. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place?
何？その銃で私を撃つの？いいわよ。撃っちゃえば。どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ。やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
What's this? Are you going to shoot me with that gun? Go ahead. If only you just shoot. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. And then Natsui shot her, and she died, and everyone was happy at the end. You! Wasn't like Aunt Natsui had actually been holding the gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
奥様、どうかお気をお静めください。
Madam, please calm yourself. Yeah, yourself.
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
Mom, you aren't lying. So there's no reason for you to listen to this.
落ち着いてえな、夏日姉さん。確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
Okay, Hideyoshi. I am really starting to hate you. Calm down, Natsui-san. All you've got to do is swear that Father was definitely in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? And then Natsui shot her and she died, and Hideyoshi and George snapped and beat Natsui to death to me. Brawl, 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 brawl. Yeah. Yeah, Hideyoshi's like, all you've got to do is swear that Father was definitely in that room. Meanwhile, Natsuhi, like 5 seconds ago, Father was definitely in that room.
それもそうです。夏日さんは嘘をついていない。それだけのことじゃありませんか。
That is correct. Natsui-san isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it?
だから説明してほしいのよ。お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。
Jessica versus George and Hideyoshi versus Natsui deathmatch. Yeah. I mean, Natsuhi could take down a few people if she wanted to. 'Cause that Winchester is a, oh, I can't think of the name. It has multiple shells in it, or at least has the potential to have multiple shells in it. I'm pretty sure. And then you cock it with that, gun parts. What are they called? I can't think of the name. Anyway, part of the handle, like you swing that back and forth to cock the gun. And then it reloads. It shoots out one shell and it reloads. So I mean, she could take them down. Lever action. Yeah, lever action. My goodness, it's been forever since I tried to think about guns and how they work. I forgot it was called a lever action. It depends on how well Natsui knows how to work the gun. This is true. She might not know how to reload. Meanwhile, Ava's asking for the devil's proof. And I want you to explain, how did Father manage to disappear from the room? The window was closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right?
今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。
This morning, if you really met with Father, then you must explain how Father disappeared from this unopenable door, closed room scenario.
じゃないと、姉さんが嘘つき ってことにやっぱりなっちゃうものね。
If you don't, that'd mean you're lying after all, right? It's like it's not possible to prove it. It's the devil's work.
あなたという人はどこまで私を愚弄すれば。
How far do you plan to mock me?
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。そうね、今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did Father manage to get out from that closed room?
そんなこと説明もできませんし不要です。
I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so.
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。
Oh my goodness, it's already 12:20. Okay, I think I'm just gonna end here for today then. We'll end right as Ava's about to explain her theory. I figure that it's looking like the best point I'm gonna be able to stop at. Make sure I save. Okay. Let's see. Tomorrow, we're back to Lobotomy Corporation. And yeah, that's all I got for the foreseeable future. If there happens to be anybody new to the stream, we have some links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. If you want to, feel free to check those out. They're below the stream under the socials banner. Also, you can type in chat, !, Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, and it'll give you a link in chat. Good night. This scene has a good chunk left, so good call. Next time we'll see if Natsui kills a woman or not. Please, do it. Yeah, thanks for hanging around. And I hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.